전쟁이 아직도 계속되고 있다는 것을 여기서도 이제 게임에서 나오네요. 전쟁이 빨리 끝났으면 좋겠네요. 호두 잘 뽑았다고 생각해. 호두 말고 막 치치 같은 거 떴으면은 아마 또 접지 않았을까. 아무래도 그렇잖아. 치치 사랑해. 치치야 사랑해. 셜록이 받은 모든 사건은 사건 수첩이 기록되며 카테고리로 분류됩니다. 되게 어려울 것 같아. 뭔가 이게 생각보다 어려울 것 같아. 근데 아직도 호두는 그게 없어. 그 용학살 창도 없고 그냥 슬라임 창밖에 없어. 이거는 이제 셜록 홈즈입니다. 1장 더 섀도우 오브 런던 베이커 스트리트. 뭘 열심히 하네. 열심히 했구만. 스토커? 스토커가 무료 게임이야? 스토커도 2 나온다며. 나왔나? 이미?
Dr. Watson, would you kindly close the door behind you so that we can limit the price of your carelessness to merely hours of work rather than days?
My apologies, Mr.
이게
Holmes.
은근히
I found myself rather
상시에서 뭐 무기 뜨는 거를 기대하기가 힘들어.
war-torn Afghanistan.
나 쿠키 시노브 처음 본다니까. 상시 돌렸는데 쿠키 시노브 나와가지고.
Was that my supper?
Plainly not, for I was the one.
여러분들은 이제 편안한 자세로 뭔가 팝콘이라도 먹으면서 보세요.
And for that I am grateful.
Is that my bed?
Watson, since you've proven yourself a master of observation, might I ask you to apply your skills to a more pertinent question, namely, the whereabouts of today's newspapers. They are the key to everything. The newsboy is usually reliable.
Medically speaking, I often find that the key to everything is good sleep. In a bed. Your papers are here, on the table.
근데 플론소 캐릭이 없죠?
To see what the postman brought today.
자, 환영합니다. WSDA로 움직이고 좌클로 눌러 상호작용하십시오. 이렇게 하는 거야? 나를 가질 자격이 없죠. 시끄러워. 런던 어드버타이저 82년 9월 28일 스웨덴 일더 공주의 최근 런던 방문 동안 불행한 사고가 계속 발생하면서 영국과 스웨덴 간의 긴장감이 높아졌다. 가장 중요한 스캔들은 일더 공주의 개인 경호원의 원인불명 실종으로 초래된 영국 외교부단의 망신이다. 공주의 측근이었던 그는 근무 시간 외에 런던을 관광을 하고 있고 늦은 밤 산책에서 끝내 돌아오지 않았다. 실종이 됐죠. 개인 경호원이 실종됐다.
Local gossip, all of it uninteresting.
82년엔? 글쎄? 노예들이나 부리고 다니지 않았을까? 노예들은
This mess is getting out of hand. What will the landlady think?
게임이 약간 좀 적응이 되려면 시간이 좀 걸릴 것 같다.
Most of us put our thoughts to paper, not to walls, Mr. Holmes.
으악. 오. 범인 지목하고요. 아, 이렇게 돌리면 뭐가 있긴
Another
있네.
letter from Werner. I never reply, but they keep coming.
도네이션 감사합니다. 나 이것도.
Your order from Barnes Bookshop has arrived, Doctor. Barnes insists on delivering the books to our door, even though we could easily walk to his shop. It's good service.
아니 뭐 하자는 건데?
See the Strand. Where is it? Pardon me. I am on the business of uncovering financial crime across London, spanning many months.
흥겹긴 하네.
Many men. Innocent people cannot be prisoners. But preposterous. I take no note. Life is infinitely stranger than anything the mind of man. Will life lose your newspaper like its posterity? So an unpleasant discovery this morning, I suppose. But in view of the Strand, perhaps I can deliver you something equally tantalizing. I have just returned from a patient of mine, Captain Stemmer, who... No, that will not do. Grab your coat, Dr. Watson.
소리가 커요?
So nobody's going to us.
내가 좀 줄여줄게. 나 모르고 있어서. 아, 이거 왜 안 쳐져? 이게 아마 그걸 거야. 아마 지금 좀 서라운드로 들리시지 않았을까 싶은데? 투입이 이거 투입을 안 키다 보니까 됐어? 됐다.
The dustbin is yours for the digging, Mr. Holmes.
아 근데 확실히 아니 뭔가 여기서 왓슨은 뭔가 좀 할아버지처럼 보인다. 쓰레기통 어디?
Don't look at me. If you want the newspaper, you'll have to get your hands dirty.
그럼 왓슨이 뭐라고 했지? 왓슨 집중. 호바바바바. 오늘은 밖에 비가 오니까 날씨에 더 적절한 옷을 입어보세요. C를 눌러 사건집을 열고 탭으로 옷장 탭을 찾아 모자를 써오십시오. 오. 야, 홈즈가 너무 잘생겼는데? 흠수두네. 죄송난. 어우 질감 어우 야 괜찮다. 어디로 가야 돼?
If you come across one of my drafts, please leave it in the bin.
훈수가 필요하다. 아 쓰레기통에 처분했다고? 이거 말하는 건가?
You were mistaken, Dr. Watson. The paper was indeed dirtied, but not how you implied. It's potting soil. You were mistaken, Dr. Watson. The paper was indeed dirtied, but not how you implied. It's potting soil. A cactus spine. If it gets in your skin, it's awfully tricky to remove, and when laced with poison, the perfect assassination tool. See, Watson? The conspiracy is real. Someone tried to poison me.
Poison? You? That's madness. Do you even have enemies that would want to kill you? Okay, perhaps from Cordona.
Get the Strand. Get your copy of the Strand here. Sorry, Mr. Holmes. I just sold my last paper.
Blast. Then why are you still here?
Boss pays by the hour. No sense in returning early.
아, 식으로 쳐준다고? 뭐야, 이거 어떻게...
You're a
아,
bright
스페이스바야?
child. I presume you see everything that goes on around here?
Nothing gets past me, mister.
Then tell me, did you notice anyone suspicious at my door this morning?
Like the man with your newspaper?
Precisely. What do you know?
I know the value of a shilling.
Dr. Watson,
Cool, now I can take the day off.
자, 그가 신문에 무슨 짓을 했나? 현관의 남자에 관해 말해주게.
can you describe the man you saw?
He was carrying a lot of books. Up to his chin they were.
Never heard of a well-read assassin.
Looks can deceive. Hence the appeal of disguises.
못생겼다고?
Which way did he go?
Not sure. I was distracted by customers. Sorry.
Did you see what he was up to?
Nah, not really. I saw him approaching your house, but I had a customer. Then there was a loud bang. I ducked down. Not because I was scared, because I wasn't. I had to protect the merchandise. And all I could see was him kneeling at your door.
All right. You earned your shilling. That'll be all.
약간 좀 어디서 많이 본
Maybe I
듯한
could be your
그런
eyes and
외모인
ears
것 같기도
if you
하고.
have more shillings.
기억의 궁전에 새로운 질문이
Get
나타났습니다.
the Strand. Get your copy of the Strand here.
약간 좀 UI가 조금 어렵다. 짜짜짜짜. 누가 더스튼드랜드를 더럽혔을까? 야, 이렇게 하나하나 다 보면서 하는 거야? 기억의 궁전에서 질문을 볼 수 있습니다. 모든 질문에 답해 다음 장으로 넘어가십시오. 이렇게 단서를 하나하나 다 맞춰가지면서 게임을 해야 되네. 생각보다 어려울지도. 뭔가 정신줄 놓고 하기에는 약간 좀 어려울 수도 있다라는 느낌이 드네요. 뭔가 그 스토리 보여주는 그런 식이 아니라 약간 좀 네가 해라 네가 해라 그런 느낌. 셜록 센스도 있고요. 집중을 열심히 해야겠네. 그거는 정신줄 놓고 하기도 힘들어. 그거는 뭔가 진짜 정신줄 놓고 하면 힘들어. 나만 그래? 약간 좀 뭐랄까 수동 세이브 꽤 어려운 부분이죠.
Get the Strand. Get your copy of the Strand here.
이 약간 좀 오픈월드 느낌이 있어가지고 이것도 어느 정도 이제 맵을 둘러다녀야 한다네. 참 까다롭단 말이지.
How about that Vogel fellow? He seems rather obsessed with you. Would he do something like this?
일단 좀 돌아다녀 볼까? 어우렉 뭐야 왜 이래. 뭐야. 에이펙스 레전드를 따요? 그래? 됐다. 바꿨어. 신문 파는 아이는 수상한 남자가 책더미를 들었었다고 말했고, 오늘 아침에 인근 서점 주인인 반즈씨가 왓슨을 위해 책을 배달했다. 암살용 선인장 가시, 큰 쾅소리, 반즈씨를 방문할 차례다. 아, 이렇게 뜨는구나. 분류하기.
Come now, Mr. Holmes. Murder? Yes, Barnes has his quirks, but he also has his scruples.
Not every pawn knows it's part of a game.
C를 눌러 증거 고정을 하십시오. 증거 고정. 저 집으로 가라는 건가? 으악! 반지 서점. 여기다.
Why go through all this scheming to murder you? A spine stuck to the newspaper is hardly lethal.
관찰한다. 아, 이거 이래도 되는 거야? 다크서클, 과로 증상. 잉크, 신문 잉크. 그거는 문제 없고, 그거는 아픈 왼다리. 높은 굽, 키가 더 커 보이고 싶음. 키가 더 커. 일 중독자, 협박 피해자. 협박? 이거 그냥 이대로 몰아가도 되나? 일 중독자. 협박 피해자? 협박 피해자? 일 중독자? 자, 장시간 동안 고되게 일한 결과 반지 씨는 다리를 절뚝거리고 매우 지친 것처럼 보인다. 비록 손에 묻은 잉크를 보면 신문을 더럽힌 범인을 이끌어하고 추정할 수 있지만 이런 사람이 사는 계획이 연루되었다고 생각하기 어렵다. 반지 씨는 누군가의 협박받고 나를 해칠 음모에 연루되었을 수 있다. 너가 날 죽이려 했지.
Mr. Barnes, a word. Oh, for goodness sake.
저 녀석 맞네. 너구나. 똑똑똑.
Who goes there?
Sherlock Holmes. Now will you please?
Mr. Holmes. Golly, I did not see you coming.
Would you care to answer some questions for me?
Well, I wish I could, but I am deep in the weeds with work. How about we reschedule in a month or two?
Come now, Mr. Barnes. It will only take a moment.
Really deep in the weeds with important things. Well, help yourself to any book. Just take it and pay later. I trust you, Mr. Holmes.
Barnes doesn't seem like himself. Why is he acting this way?
You're asking the right questions, Doctor. Let's find a way to coax him out. So, Barnes has a dog now. Who's a good boy?
강조가 된다는데?
So, Barnes has a dog now. Who's a good boy? The ladder is broken recently, judging by the freshness of the wood.
Barnes has always been a little odd, but this is uncharacteristic even for him.
I could hardly imagine anything more macabre. Basics of cryptoanalysis, cryptography in Egypt. It appears Barnes has an interesting hobby.
반지의 계산대에 놓인 외래식물 카탈로그다. 카탈로그의 이름은 영원한 사랑을 위한 영원한 식물이다. 김빠이 쳐버렸다. 이거 돈이 사방에 흩뿌려져 있는데 이거 이래도 되는 거야?
In the language of Mycroft's secret agents, it's a sign. Dried flowers are replaced when the job is done. I wonder who the recipient is.
그런 게 또 있어?
An improvised stand, but it does make the flowers more visible. The finest view London has to offer.
We're looking for a cactus needle in a haystack. A spine in a book stack? No, come on, Watson, think.
반드는 왜 저렇게 이상하게 행동할까? 약간 좀 이렇게 해서 찍는 것도 괜찮은가? 찍을 수가 있나? 안 되려나? 책을 자주 받고 아이템 그리고 다음 문서와 증언. 아 이게 아니야? 오케이 다시 하자. 이거랑 한번 엮어볼까? 증거가 없어. 증거를 더 캐야겠네.
Apologies, but I can't hear you. Please come back later.
나오게 할 수 있는 방법.
I like bookshops. One of the few spots in London where you are shunned for making a racket.
그래요? 야, 게임 어렵다. 게임 맵다. 큰일 났다.
Didn't you once tell me that answers usually lie in plain sight?
이거 창가에 꽃으로 이제 소통을 한다고 했으니까 뭔가
The weather is dreary, isn't it? To be fair, my flowers could use the rainfall. I should have worn something warmer. People don't tend to come out for flowers when it rains. Perhaps I should try selling door to door.
Encouraging people to stop and smell the roses?
Our national emblem. God save the Queen.
It must take patience and care to produce a bloom so beautiful.
I imagine so. I merely sell them.
The pot is damaged. The blow was severe, but softened by something. The pot is damaged. The blow was severe, but softened by something. It must take patience and care to produce a bloom so beautiful. Familiar spine. Is this what I found in my dustbin?
어쌔신이 파쿠르가 태아했다고?
Anything tickle your fancy, Mr. Holmes?
약간 좀 그런 것 같아. 어크가 약간 좀 파쿠르 하면서 그 뭔가 퍼즐 게임 비슷한 느낌이었었는데, 내가 처음에 이제 어크 그 1 해봤을 때, 그 이제 2 해봤을 때 맞나? 1인가 2인가? 그거 이제 시켜가지고 이제 했을 때는 약간 좀 퍼즐 느낌 같은 그런 느낌이었는데, 요즘에는 어크가 뭔가 많이 거시게 됐죠? RPG 느낌의 화장했어. 멀리 보는 시선. 에도용 브로치. 고급 천. 신발을 보자. 깨끗한 부츠. 이 모든 걸 고려했을 때 플레밍 부인이 아직 남편의 비극적인 죽음에서 헤어나오지 못했다는 결론을 내려야 한다. 플레밍 부인은 사별한 남편의 기억을 소중히 여기지만 화장과 멋진 옷차림이 말하듯이 다음으로 넘어가려고 노력 중이다. 비둘기 소리? 그게 들려요? 되게 작게 들릴 텐데? 이걸 듣네? 어떻게 듣는 거야? 그녀는 어쩌면 누군가의 관심을 끌기 위해 꾸미는 것일 수 있지만 그저 자기 자신을 사랑하는 법을 다시 배웠을 수도 있다. 심란한가? 내가 볼 때는 아니야. 아직 비통한 거야.
My condolences, Mrs. Fleming.
Mr. Holmes?
Your husband's death. You're clearly still in mourning.
Oh, no. I loved him more than anything, of course, but that was some time ago now. Life goes on.
A lesson we all learn, one way or another.
증거를 제시한다. 이게 거시기가 돼? 이게? 야, 되게 약간 좀 증거를 많이 모아서 약간 퍼즐을 푸는 느낌이네요.
I don't know anything about this, sorry.
약간 좀 이거는 그나마 그건가? 그 아는 거 없냐고 그
One of these things is not like the other.
Come again?
약간 좀
The
틀려도
cactus.
괜찮은가
Those
보네.
fearsome spines can prove a devil to remove, and the sap is often toxic.
And a rose thorn can give you tetanus, but we still grow them. The cactus seems comparatively harmless, though you have me thinking it must be valuable.
I was under the impression that you knew its price already.
Your guess is as good as mine. The first time I saw this cactus was when I came back from my break. Are you sure you're asking the right person? I'm just a flower seller.
What do you make of the flowers in Barnes' shop window?
Well, they could use a bit of water.
Do they mean anything to you?
Mean anything how? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Holmes.
Why do you think they're there?
Are you suggesting the flowers are for me?
It seems likely, does it not?
Oh, I hope you're right. I don't know anything about this, sorry. I'm afraid I can't help with that, Mr. Holmes. Are you sure you're asking the right person?
다
I'm just a
물어볼 수
flower
있네.
seller. Yes, no, not really. Well, in a way.
What on earth does that mean?
I know who he is, of course, but we haven't shared much more than a look.
A look?
Yes. Each morning I go for a walk in the park with my dog, and most days I spot Mr. Barnes there with his new puppy, so we see each other. Actually, we once met briefly while our dogs played. He was quiet and seemed unsteady as he approached, but since then, we've never spoken. I often see him staring through the shop window. Sometimes I wonder what he thinks about that would etch such longing onto his face.
오케이. 좋은 정보다. 반주 씨는 플레밍 부인을 사랑한다. 반주는 꽃을 파는 플레밍 부인에 관심을 끌려고 꽃다발을 전시한다. 그는 그녀가 자신의 가게에 들어와 물 주는 방법을 조언하거나 아니면 그저 절박할 수 있다. 반주는 계산대에 놓인 카탈로그에서 주문한 선인장을 익명으로 선물했다. 이문이 드는 선택이지만 카탈로그에서 이 선인장을 불멸의 존재로 설명하니 반주에게 선인장은 그의 영원한 사랑의 상징이다. 아, 그래요? 선인장이 불멸의 존재니까 영원한 사랑의 상징이라고? 그가 이 선인장을 221B 베이커 밖에 더 스트랜드에 떨궜다는 것은 분명하다. 이제 사건의 경위를 들을 때다.
I think perhaps I have been chasing shadows.
Do not despair, Mr. Holmes. Even the best of us make mistakes. We better tell Mr. Barnes what we've learned.
야, 반주야. 야, 네 짝사랑 쩔더라.
Mr. Barnes, I know what you did, and I know why you did it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. I can't hear you very well from behind the door.
플레밍 부인의 새로운 선인장이지.
You ordered a cactus from the plant catalogue and then left it for Mrs. Fleming as a gift. You place flowers in the window to get her attention and wear high heels to appear taller and more desirable. You are her secret
왓슨
admirer.
표정. 이 새끼 또 시작이네.
I couldn't read this morning's edition of The Strand because it was covered in soil and spines. I know you dropped a cactus on it and then fled.
Barnes, it's Dr. Watson. Rest assured we are not interested in disclosing your personal affairs to anyone, including Mrs. Fleming. Please come out.
All right, then. So, you know what happened then? I was on my way back from the post office, having picked up the cactus and some books. It was quite an awkward package, heavy too, and when I got to your door, I dropped the cactus in your paper. Forgive me.
I needed that paper to prove a theory and prevent a crime. Your actions were rather disruptive. Your clumsiness carrying the post is matched only by the clumsiness of your romantic gesture.
Oh, it's true. I am used
애정
to this
표현이
sort of thing.
서투르군.
I'm not even sure if Mrs. Fleming noticed.
어떻게 해야 할지 알지. 홈즈는 무조건 자신이 있어. 뭔가 말이 안 되지만 자신이 있어.
As in most things in life, truth is the answer. Cease with the abstruse signals and anonymous gifts, and simply talk to the woman. What is the worst that can happen? She rejects you, and you are freed from this endless purgatory.
That... Yes, you are correct, of course. I do have a slight tendency to overthink things. Thank you.
So at last, we return to the matter of the paper. I'm investigating a string of burglaries. Did you perhaps read of any before the edition was spoiled?
I don't recall, but you're welcome to read our copy for yourself.
You had an issue of The Strand here all along?
Well, naturally. I am a bookseller. I have a subscription to every magazine and newspaper in London.
So you ought to be familiar with the concept of burying the lead.
Oh no, my apologies, Mr. Holmes. I'll make it up to you however I can. I am an expert on obscure languages and translation and.
Yes, yes, okay. Just give me the paper.
맞아, 맞아. 어떻게 맞죠? 부두를 뒤흔든 초속 폭발. 런던 초속 폭발? 에? 약간 좀 셜록 홈즈가 그런 약간 좀 억지 추리도 약간 좀 몇 개 섞여 있긴 해. 약간 좀 뭔가 셜록이라면 안다. 얘는 알고 있다. 약간 좀 이런 느낌으로 몰아가지고. 자, 이른 저녁 3번 부두에 정박했던 유럽행 상선 모스크바는 연달아 이어진 진탕성 폭발로 흔들렸다. 한 관계자는 사건에 관한 코멘트를 아직 남기지 않았고 당시의 승무원 탑승 여부는 아직 파악되지 않았다. 강으로 노출된 초석을 봤다고 증언하는 목격자도 있지만 아직 해당 구역이 노동자와 대중계 출입금지이기 때문에 사건의 경위를 파악하기까지는 시간이 걸릴 수 있다.
Come, Dr. Watson. Let us put this matter behind us.
Farewell, Mr. Barnes. I hope to hear good news about you and Mrs. Fleming.
Let me know if there's any way I can make it up to you. Tell you what, tomorrow's edition of The Strand is on me.
약간 좀 익숙해지면은 좀 재밌긴 하겠다.
I'm sure Barnes has had enough of our meddling, Mr. Holmes. We best be off.
Well, that was an utter waste of time.
An assassination did seem rather unlikely.
There was supposed to be another burglary. I was certain of it. Something you wish to say, Doctor?
No? Well, only that you have a remarkable faculty for deduction and pattern recognition. And that perhaps, if ill-applied...
I see things that are not there.
Yes. It is London. There will always be burglaries. Doesn't have to mean anything.
So it seems. Forgive me. Without something to occupy my mind, I turn into an entirely different animal.
Which brings us back to my news from earlier. I think I have a case for you, a real one.
Truly?
Indeed. Though perhaps not as thrilling as your stories from Cordona. A patient of mine, Captain Stenwick, told me that his servant disappeared. I said I knew just the man to help. What do you say?
Oh, Watson.
Yes, I know it's not the most tantalizing mystery, nor the story to launch my writing career. But
It's brilliant. Let's go.
약간 좀
oh, good. Well, his house is nearby. Come.
그 고급스러운 광원 그런 그래픽은 없는데 그래도 약간 좀 선명하고 깔끔하니까 뭐 보기가 나쁘거나 그러진 않네요. 아니 여기 인게임이에요. 인게임 사운드예요. 그래서 뭐 하라고? 과하다고? 그래? 그 정도야? 반지의 사전과 같은 거리에 있다.
Not much further now.
이쪽인가?
Is this lousy attitude of yours because of my altercation with Inspector Lockhart? Did he put you up to this?
Sir, the inspector has nothing to do with it. I'm telling you the same thing I tell anyone seeking a missing person.
Good day, gentlemen. Forgive the intrusion. Captain Stenwick, this is my colleague Sherlock Holmes, the consulting detective I told you about.
At last, a professional.
이어져
This
있어.
useless officer refuses to do anything
아,
about
저거
me here.
밀어주고
My missing
싶다.
servant. What was your name again? I shall be certain to inform your superiors.
Sergeant Ruffles. It is my superiors who made this decision, sir.
Why has the police department decided not to help?
We investigate murders, thefts, fraud, arson, real crimes. A servant walking away from his master is not our highest priority. That said, if we find him here breaking the law, we'll be sure to notify Captain Stenwick.
Have there been other disappearances lately?
Of course, here and there. But when life is tough and opportunity comes knocking, you can't blame those who answer. Now, I must be off. Best of luck in your search.
You heard that, didn't you? The way that man spoke to me. I shall need your written testimony. Then we can lodge a complaint.
Captain, perhaps Mr. Holmes' time is better spent learning about your servant, so that he may begin his investigation.
Ah, yes. Quite right. Fire away.
키미헤야. 이 친구의 하인이죠? 그는 어디서 거주합니까? 키미헤야를 묘사할 수 있습니까?
Tell me about Kimahir.
He's foreign. A Maori. All the way from New Zealand. Biggest man you've ever seen. And as strong as two. Dark hair and fearsome tattoos. He doesn't speak a whit of English. Never bothered to learn. But I made do with pointing. I invested a lot of money in him, so he must be found.
When did you last see your servant?
Kimmy here normally brings me the morning papers, but yesterday I had to get them myself. He must have escaped the night before yesterday.
May I see your servant's bedroom?
His shack is in the garden. You can't miss it.
Did you search the room?
Of course, but only to check he wasn't lying dead inside. Everything seemed normal at a glance.
그는 전에도 도망친 적이 있나요?
I take it this is the first time Kimahir has vanished?
Undoubtedly. The man seemed terrified of the city. I think it was all the noise. He never left this estate. Should he cause any damage, I will bear the responsibility, for it was I who rescued him from savagery and brought him here to England in the first place.
Is there any reason Kimahir may have left?
I should think not. He had all he could have wanted. Gainful employment, new clothes, and all the cabbage he could eat.
Did Kimahir make off with anything of value?
Heavens, no. I would have mentioned it to Sergeant Ruffles.
Still, he must have fled with some money on his person.
No, no. I kept his wages in my safe. For security.
All right, Captain. I think I have enough to get started. We shall first take a look around the mansion.
Go ahead. I'll be here, mentally drafting my complaint. Why are you still here?
Stenwick makes his servant live in a tool shed. You think you know someone.
뭐야 이거? 이거 흔들려.
Chewing tobacco.
씹는 담배야. 발자국.
A shoe print, roughly size 11, with a worn-out sole. These are a workman's boots.
이거는 왜 조사가 안 되지? 딱 봐도 수상해 보이는데 이거는 뭐야? 버그인가?
Chewing tobacco.
Chewing tobacco.
A shoe print, roughly size 11, with a worn-out sole. These are a workman's
아
boots.
이거 조사해야 되는 것 같은데 이거 조사를 할 수가 없네. 안 보여.
Do you think Kimmy here had an accomplice in his escape?
오.
Looks like a knee print. Someone knelt here. The amount
어.
of chewing tobacco
아 이렇게
suggests they were waiting a while.
셜록 센스로 이제 볼 수
Read the
있는.
ground like an open book.
아. 단서가 충분하면 셜록은 상상을 이용해 과거를 재구성할 수 있습니다. Q를 눌러 상상 교점을 보십시오. 정과 상호작용을 시작한 뒤 사건의 정확한 버전을 체험해 보십시오. 오. 착. 그냥 뭐 더 없어? 뭐 더 없는 건가? 상상하니까 결론이 그 모양. 그런 건가? 일단은 뭔가 증거가 더 있어야 되나 봐. 나라는 흔적, 바퀴 자국.
Could have left these tracks. They seem fresh. This lock is quite unusual. It appears that the key should be bent to the right. The rag reeks of smoke. Someone plugged the chimney.
수직 동리하여? 글쎄? 비디오. V싱크. 뭔가 키니까 뭔가 좀 더 이상한 것 같기도 하고. 이건 뭐야? 똥이야?
Impressive. The sack of grain retained the shape of the impact. Someone hit their head here.
아, 이게 머리 자국이야? 신기하네. 보자. 여기 있다. 망원경?
A small navy spyglass.
줍줍 김빠이. 해.
A scrap of hessian.
해센 조각.
These were sturdy boxes. It would have required a serious blow to break them.
띠링.
A Maori nose flute. Ngurus, they're called.
코로 부는 피리, 음구르라 불리지.
Clothes made of hessian. Is Stenwick really so miserly? No air coming through it.
오, 치킨 먹었나 보네.
Button chops.
아, 양갈비야? 똥이야? 뭐지?
A heavy chemical odor. Lend me your nose, Doctor.
Ah, I'll never forget that smell after my time in Afghanistan.
아편이야
It's an opioid,
마약이지.
Mr. Holmes, a narcotic.
시벌 중에. 아 양꼬치 안 먹은 지도 좀 되긴 했는데 나도 요즘 비싸가지고 돈이
The ashes are long since cold.
잿더미로 완전히 식었어. 쏘난다.
Is this a taniwha, a Maori water spirit, or something else?
Either way, it's giving me chills.
볼 수 있는 건 다 본 것 같은데? 어우치. 머리가 안 아프냐고요? 아플 게 뭐가 있어? 연관 증거를 고정하지 않으면 볼 수 없는 증거가 있으니 고정한 것을 잊지 마세요. 고정을 해야 된대. 고정을 해줘야겠군. 그러면 어디 보자. 이렇게 고정을 해줘야 되나? 아닌가? 이걸 말하는 게 아닌가? 증거를 고정하지 않으면 요즘엔 더 그런 게 더 싼 거 같기도 하더라고요. 뭔가 진짜 그냥 주문해가지고 이게 다음 해가지고 그런 게 있을 텐데 모르겠다. 뭔가 되게 불친절한데?
Someone moved a cart to this spot and then took it elsewhere. Can't see it anywhere in the garden.
이렇게 해서 냠냠 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 맛있죠. 나와. 왓슨 나와. 일단은 하나만 더 찾아보자. 뭔가 있을 거야. 이거.
This lock is quite unusual. It appears that the key should be bent to the right.
열쇠. 걸쩍걸쩍. 열쇠에 대한 단서를 더 얻어야 되나 본데? 아우렉. 아. 대령님, 열쇠 주세요.
The door to your garden has an interesting lock.
Yes, I have uncommon locks on every door of my mansion. It makes them harder to pick. Kimmy here and I both had a set of keys.
I'll need to borrow them.
No, you'll need to do what I tell you to do. Examine the garden.
Hey.
I thought you were meant to be intelligent. Where on earth are you going with this? I thought you were meant to be intelligent. I don't recognize it.
Could it be Kimahir's, perhaps?
I doubt it. I never saw him with it, nor could I suggest how he might have come by it.
I came across a pile of Hessian clothes in the shack. Are they Kimahir's?
Yes, I had to give him something to clothe himself. He seemed unfazed by his bare skin, but I found it distracting. I thought you were meant to be intelligent.
Do you happen to know Kimahir's shoe size?
I wouldn't have the foggiest, but I'm sure it was enormous. Not that it matters. He spent his life barefoot. Despite my best efforts, he simply did not take to shoes.
약간 좀 테이프 붙여가지고 붙였다가 떼버리면 되게 좋을 거야.
Has Kimahir ever indulged in tobacco?
No, the man doesn't even drink.
Are you certain? I found chewing tobacco in the garden.
I controlled Kimahir's expenses since he struggled with the currency. I would have known if he used tobacco.
증거 업데이트됨. 가자. 다시 가자. 야호! 증거 모았다. 찍. 야, 꽉 차 있는 거 보소. 딱. 스냅. 핑거 스냅. 망원경을 보고 있었구나. 뭘 말하나 싶었는데 이거 말하는 거였어? 짤깍. 입증. 아이. 아우. 한 명을 담갔어. 여기서 이제 환풍구를 막고 얘 밥 먹고 있었는데 거시 끌려 나갔고 수레를 이동해가지고 문을 닫고 입증. 아따 마시기 귀청이 구는구만. 김빠이 쳤어. 이렇게 되는구만.
Surveilling from afar, the intruder waited for a window of opportunity. When Kimahir went to sleep, the man crept up to the shack and slipped narcotics down the chimney pipe, then blocked it with a cloth. Kimahir inhaled the sedative and fell into a deep sleep. The intruder tried to move him, but the man was heavier than expected. The intruder fell on the sack and dropped his spyglass. In order to transport the servant, he had to use the cart. The final challenge was opening the garden door. Luckily for our intruder, Kimahir had the key in his shack.
Remarkable. It makes total sense.
훌륭해. 아예.
Stenwick makes his servant live in a tool shed. You think you know someone.
춘자. 이제 대령한테 얘기하러 가자. 게임 재밌네. 이렇게 하는 게임이구나.
You'd best have found something by now, gentlemen.
키미히야를 감시하는 사람이 있었습니다.
I fear that someone may have spied upon Kimahir. Likely the owner of the spyglass I found earlier. It appears they were watching for some time, as there was an impressive amount of chewing tobacco on the ground.
And your point?
I found the residue of narcotics in Kimahir's brazier. There are several explanations, perhaps your servant's recreational interest, or an attempt at poisoning.
Cut to the chase, Mr. Holmes.
You said that you checked the shack earlier. Did you notice the cart tracks near it? Now, one ought to expect a servant to make regular use of such a thing. Indeed, I would have overlooked the detail were it not for the cart's absence. If, as you say, Kimahir never leaves your estate, then where did it go?
I expect answers from you, Mr. Holmes, not questions.
거의 끝났습니다.
I won't keep you in suspense any longer, Captain. Kimahir was abducted by the owner of the spyglass. When your servant fell asleep, he slipped a narcotic into Kimahir's brazier to make him sleep even more soundly. In order to carry a man as large as Kimahir, the intruder stole the cart and rolled him right out of your garden.
Now, hold on. All this simply to tell me what I already know. Why haven't you found him yet?
I only arrived a moment
15분
ago.
전에 여기에
It is,
도착했습니다.
frankly, incredible that I have already deduced so much.
Every second you dawdle here, waiting for me to stroke your ego, is another second wasted. I'm not interested in the how, the why, or the who. I am only interested in recovering my investment. Spare me the claptrap, boy, and go and fetch my servant.
직접 하시기 바랍니다. 뭐라고 하셨습니까? 침묵하기.
Truly, there is no better evidence of a man's
맞다.
nature than the way he
사람이
treats
어떤지
those who
모르면 그
help
사람의
him.
자신을 돕는
And
사람을
you, sir,
어떻게
are a
취급하는지
brute.
보면 됩니다.
The cruelty of your ignorance about the Maori people, your selfish attitude to a man's kidnapping.
The point is, Captain, We're telling you this for a reason. The intruder fled through the garden door, and we need a key to follow his trail.
Well, then you should have led with that.
그 말을 먼저 하지 그랬나?
I hope
아
you'll
열쇠
return
달라고 할
soon
땐
with
안
good
줬잖아 이
news.
새끼야.
In the meantime, please teach your companion the art of brevity.
아, 나 도움이 안 돼요. 맞다. 고정을 좀 풀고 어디 보자. 가자. 저벅 뚜따. 셜록 센스. 뭔가 그려져 있어. 이건 뭐지? 아, 그 거시기 놀이인가? 맵이 약간 좀 직선으로 유도가 되는 것 같네요. 그렇죠? 여기 길이 여기 말고 딱히 없어. 그래 키는 받았다고 치는데 이것도 그 목표를 고정해야 되나? 목표를 고정하고 다시 해봅시다. 이쪽인가 보다.
Yes, Stenwick is no angel, but he's one of my few clients. Please, try to remain courteous.
아우렉.
Wheels picked up grass along the way. Kimahir's cart, I gather. Roy Soulsby. That be the name of our man. A strange substance. I have my suspicions based on the color and consistency, but would you care to hazard a guess, Doctor?
Well, it's odorless, but from the way it absorbs water, I'd say saltpeter.
Then we're in agreement. Well done. Sturdy rope, professionally tied in a Portuguese bowline. This knot is often used by sailors to create a bosun's chair.
This disappearance is intriguing, no? I cannot make head nor tail of it.
똥.
A large pile of horse droppings.
커다란 말똥더미군.
Many cigarette butts.
담배
Someone stood here
꽁초.
for hours. There was a cab waiting here. Our abductor slipped in and then off into the night.
뭔가 지갑도 있었다. 여기서 흔적이 끊기는구나. 오케이, 그러면 추리 타임이군. 내가 볼 때 이거 담장 넘어서 간 것 같은 그런 느낌인데. This is 추리 타임. 납치범의 흔적이 아니야? 선언이라는 하나의 결론을 귀결냈다. 예스, 섹스. 모든 단서는 런던 항으로 이어진다. 우리는 이제 키미히야의 납치범은 선언일 확률이 가장 높고 지갑에는 초석 잔여물이 묻었으며 런던 항에서는 최근에 초석 사고가 발생했다는 사실을 안다. 런던 항으로 가야 한다고 제시한다. 시간이 없다. 런던항으로 가는 마차를 지금 바로 찾아야 한다.
The Strand proved not so useless after all. The saltpeter accident, Doctor, do you recall?
The Port of London, of course. The footwear, the spyglass.
Indeed. We shall need to take a cab there.
마차.
Where to, Gov? The Port of London, please. I will show you where to stop.
To the Blood Red Knight. Port of London. 똥꼬요, 똥꼬가 녹색인. 막다른 길에 부딪혔나요?
Mr. Holmes, what a compelling mystery we have stumbled upon. Perhaps I have the premise of my next novel.
One kidnapping does not a story make.
Stop! A black cat crossed before us. It's a bad omen.
I do not take you for the superstitious type, Doctor. Such things are mere fantasies, tricks of a feeble mind. One imagines a physician would keep a surer footing in reality.
Perhaps, before the war, my time abroad was difficult. Once, I came across an Afghan, bleeding, who I could not save. He pressed a rosary into my hand. A gift, he said, so as to gain God's favor. After that...
Dr. Watson?
Yes, well, I shan't get into details, but sometime later I found myself lost in the desert. Dehydration set in, and things grew ever more dire. The man's words came to me. I said a prayer and placed the rosary on a rock. A gift to gain God's favor.
And you were rescued.
Yes. A detachment of British soldiers found me.
To whom I'm grateful. Without their diligence, you would not be standing here and I would not have this case.
I'm sure you have another explanation prepared, Mr. Holmes, but I think I shall cling to the occasional superstition all the same.
To each his own, Dr. Watson. So long as it does not interfere with my methods, do it. We must press on, cat or no cat. The question remains, why abduct Kimahir?
이번엔 명함? 솔스비의 명함.
I ask you a question?
I think I can help you.
이 남자는 주로 조선소 근처를 배회한다.
May I ask you something?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Can I ask you a question?
I can't tell you because I don't know.
It appears that the saltpeter explosion rattled the locals. Can't blame them for staying at home.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Help me, please.
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
It's a lot.
Oh, hardly a reputable establishment.
I've seen worse. Greetings, miss. I'm hoping you can help us.
We shall soon see.
I heard tell of a recent explosion in the port. What do you know of it?
Ah, yes. Something exploded in a ship's cargo hold. Caused a terrible blaze. The sky was red with smoke till morning.
Where precisely did it occur?
The ship sank near the third pier, next to the dockyard.
My colleague and I are seeking a burly man, above average height, with workman's boots.
Half my customers, then. Your description hardly narrows things down.
관찰한다. 관찰! 창백한 터짐이 있어요. 조금 팽창하고. 이렇게 셔츠까지 다 입었는데, 이 조끼랑 다 입었는데 복부가 팽만했는지 그것도 알 수 있는 거야? 토사물 흔적, 입덧. 아. 바지는 약간 조임. 약간 팽창한 복부에 약간의 입덧을 보니까 종업원의 임신 초기다. 창백한 얼굴이 적절한 영양분을 섭취 못했다는 것을 내비친다. 하지만 이제는 너무 쪼이는 옷을 계속 입는 것을 보니 아직 임신 사실을 모르는 게 분명하다. 노력했다? 아직 모르는 건가? 모르지 않을까? 아이를 가지셨군요.
Miss, what if I told you that you are in the family way?
No, really? Oh, thank you, sir. How would I, a simple woman, have ever known without your help? You must be a doctor.
In a manner of speaking.
He's not. He merely has the ego of one. I apologize, miss. Mr. Holmes is fond of his observations, but I am the doctor here, not him. Do you need any help?
I'm fine, thank you. Would rather not discuss my condition, nor let word of it spread.
증거를 제시한다.
Are you familiar with a Roy Soulsby?
Roy Soulsby? I know the name, but he's not one of my regulars. My guess is that he works somewhere around here. What can I get you?
도와주세요. 거빈씨가 일주일 동안 실종했습니다. 보면 연락해주세요. 항구의 빈민촌에서 다이아를 찾으세요. 집 현관에 해진 빨간 천이 걸려있음. 약간 더 볼 일은 없는 것 같죠? 나가자.
Help me, please.
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
please.
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Help me, please.
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
May I ask for your assistance?
No, sir, I've never heard of it.
May I ask for your assistance?
No, sir, I've never heard of it.
Excuse me, just one question.
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Could you help me?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything.
Could you help me?
No, sorry, I know nothing.
May I ask for your assistance?
It's a shame I can't answer your question.
환자촌.
Could you help me?
I can't tell you because I don't know.
Could you help me?
It is a shame I can't answer your question.
증언이 필요해. 납치했는가? 납치까지 나와? 납치에 납치야? 그렇군. 조선소 근처를 일단 가기는 해야겠네.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Nope, sorry, I know nothing.
Help me, please.
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything.
How can I help? I could try and flag someone down.
What do you know about this poster?
A foreign woman asked to put it up. She's plastered them all over the port.
Any clues as to her whereabouts?
None. It was hard to understand what she was saying. After the incident the other day, it seems customers are staying at home.
주점 쪽으로 가는 길이 이렇게 있나봐.
May I ask you something?
No, sir. I never heard of it.
Hello, lad. Is this where I may find Dea?
You read the poster? Yes? You know where my brother Girves is?
Sadly, no. Well, not yet. Where did you last see Girves?
He worked at a, warehouse. This man, Roy Solby, gave him the job. He paid him a necklace.
Do you still have the necklace that Soulsby gave to Girves?
Girves left it near the, shrine. I tried to sell it to buy Amma medicine, but no one wanted to buy.
다야가 여기 있을까?
I want to speak to Dea. Is she around?
Amma, my mother, she got sick after the fire. Big red smoke. She couldn't breathe, so I took her to the doctor. Now I am in charge.
How would you describe this Soulsby?
He was big and strong. He had a big scary eye.
Scary, you say?
Yes, like it was made of metal.
Don't go anywhere.
좋았어. 한 증거를 모아볼까?
I miss Girves. Do you think he's okay?
This cheap pendant looks like silver, but it's only made of tin. No surprise the boy couldn't sell it.
If we stay out much longer, I'm going to need some supper. Do you feel like a meat pie?
Excuse me, just one question.
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
이게 뭔 표시지?
Can I ask you a question?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Could you help me?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Are you able to help me?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Do you know anything about this?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Excuse me, just one question.
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
May I ask for your assistance?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
굳이 물어보지 않아도 그냥 진행을 할 수 있을 것 같긴 한데.
Are you able to help me?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you. Are you able to help me?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Is this familiar to you?
I can't tell you because I don't know.
May I ask for your assistance?
As much as I'd like to help you, I know nothing about this.
도비카 같지? 아 되게 오랜만에 듣는다.
Are you able to help me?
You're lucky to find me.
저를 찾은 건 행운입니다. 사람들은 솔스비씨가 어제 3번 부두 근처에서 폭발한 배를 보러 갔을 수 있다고 말한다.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
As much as I'd like to help you, I know nothing about this.
May I ask you something?
I can't help you with this.
Could you help me?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
아따 맵이 왜 이렇게 넓어.
Help me, please.
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
맵이 너무 넓어잉.
May I ask for your assistance?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Could you help me?
As much as I'd like to help you, I know nothing about this.
3번 부두. 왔다. 혹시 당신인가요?
Is this familiar to you?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Not in the mood, mate. Shoo!
로이 솔스비씨 되십니까?
Pardon me, sir. I am looking for Roy.
Not again. Yes, I'm Roy, but I can't help you find your uncle or whoever you've lost.
Now, what makes you think I would inquire about missing people?
You are the 4th person to ask this week. Just because I work at the port doesn't mean I keep track of everyone who comes here.
May I ask what you're doing here?
This is where the ship sank the other day. I'm trying to work out how we'll remove it.
You say we are not the first to ask you about a disappearance. Do you recall anything about those who came inquiring?
I only remember the foreign woman. I didn't catch her name, but those are her posters hanging up everywhere. She has badgered me twice now, but I still don't know nothing.
And this woman can be found?
No clue. She was talking gibberish.
Now, where was I?
일단 먼저 관찰이다. 관찰 먼저. HM 세스. 월섬 힐사이드 등급 회중시계 순금 신품. 신발을 보자. 이 녀석 신발이 깨끗하잖아. 가능한 일인가? 근육이 없어요. 건장하지 않아요. 증언이랑 좀 다르다 이야기네. 영국인 피가 흐르고 약 170이며 평균 덩치다. 부족한 근육량에서 강인하지 않다고 추측할 수 있다. 솔스비 씨는 키미히야의 납치범 같지 않다. 솔스비 씨는 세관원이다. 부패한 세관원만 그런 물건을 살 수 있다. 도둑인가? 도도일까? 공직자일까? 증거를 제시한다.
Sorry, doesn't ring a bell. What are you on about? Sorry, doesn't ring a bell.
Have you seen this before?
My card? Where did you dig that up?
At a crime scene near Baker Street involving a young servant's kidnapping, I might add.
No. Someone used it without my consent. How else would it end up there? Sorry, doesn't ring a bell.
I have been told that you hired Dea's son, Girves, right before he vanished. His brother also said you had a metal eye. What do you make of this?
Tell that him to stop making things up.
거짓말이다.
That boat explosion stopped most traffic coming into the port. Guess I'll be without work for a while.
아니 뭔가 하는 법을 안 것 같아. 이게 뭐냐면 이게 증거로 사용할 수 있다는 그건 것 같아. 아무튼간에 로이 솔스비라는 사람이 결국에는 세관원이고 이제 다야 이제 그 친구의 형을 납치한 사람이 아니라는 거야. 증거가 이제 증인이 다르니까 그렇죠. 그러면 이제 뭘 해야 되느냐? 이제 다시 그 친구한테 가가지고 아니라는데 라고 이제 얘기를 좀 더 들어봐야겠죠?
May I ask for your assistance?
It's a shame I can't answer your question.
혹시 모르니까 계속 이제 말을 걸어주기도
May I
하고.
ask for your assistance?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
아따 참 복잡하다잉.
Is this familiar to you?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
I should have helped Amma put out the posters. If she hadn't been in the smoke so long, maybe she wouldn't be sick. I'm sorry about my English. I try. Try hard, but the rules don't make sense. It's stupid. If I need to, I'll work to support my...
딱히 뭐 반응이 없네? 뭔가 반응이 나올 줄 알았는데? 곤란하네. 전혀 모른다. 아하. 솔수비는 이제 됐어. 주점을 한번 다시 가봐야 되나?
Can I ask you a question?
It's a Sheila can't answer your question.
Have you ever heard of a man with a metallic eye?
I've seen him even. Dirty Summers is the name. A nasty lout, with a silver ball in place of a missing eye.
I shudder to ask, but where does one find a Dirty Summers?
He likely signed on with a ship. I am not one to spy on others, let alone him.
I see.
My advice, keep away from him.
오케이. 술집에 오는 게 정답이긴 했네요. 저는 근데 일단은 님들 화장실 좀 다녀올게요. 잠시만 좀. 이 정도면 메인 컨텐츠. 아 진짜. 아휴. 그 짜장 중에 짜장 라면 중에 틈새 짜장이라는 게 있어요. 그거를 그 이제 어떻게 했냐면 그저께 이제 낙곱새가 집 근처에 생겼어. 집 근처에 낙곱새가 생겨가지고 와 되게 맛있겠다 해가지고 이제 시켰거든. 근데 생각보다 진짜 맛있는 거야. 그래가지고 이제 그 틈새 라면 딱 뜯어가지고 라면 사리만 싹 건져가지고 걷다 이제 볶아 먹고. 그리고 이제 오늘 아침에 그 이제 틈새 짜장이 되게 생각보다 매워요. 거기에 이제 소스에 이제 밥 비벼가지고 그 추석 때 먹었던 부침개랑 전이랑 같이 먹었단 말이야. 예, 의외로 이게 배변 활동에 도움이 되는 불똥조합, 그쵸?
If we stay out much longer, I'm going to need some supper. Do you feel like a meat pie?
자, 스머스 더티 소머스를 찾아봅시다.
May I ask you something?
No, sir, I've never heard of it.
금속 눈을 가진 남자. 3번 부대 쪽으로 한번 가볼까? 안녕하세요.
Why people are going missing? Puts a man on edge, you know.
Can I ask you a question?
As much as I'd like to help you, I know nothing about this.
일단은 그 여자를 찾는 것도 찾아야 되고
Excuse me, just one question.
Sorry, sir.
더티도 찾아야 되고 아, 나 지금 찾을 거 되게 많네.
Could you help me?
Sorry, sir. I can't help you.
Is this familiar to you?
No, sir. I never heard of it.
Are you able to help me?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Do you know anything about this? Sorry, sir. I can't help you.
Help me, please.
I wish I could be of help, but I can't. Sorry.
Sorry. So sorry. 어디 가보지 못한 곳을 가면은 될 것 같은데.
Is this familiar to you?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Planks were broken with force. Are you able to help?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
문을 열 수가 없어. 잠깐만, 이거 생각해보니까 이거 그거 같다잉. 아닌가? 그런 게 없는데? 뭔가 단서를 밟을 만한 그런 게 없는데? 아따, 어렵다잉. 어려워. 4번.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
It's a shame I can't answer your question.
If we stay out much longer, I'm going to need some supper. Do you feel like a meat pie?
Do you know anything about this?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
May I ask you something?
No, never.
Excuse me, just one question.
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Excuse me, just one question. I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else. Can I ask you a question?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
이렇게 단서가 안 잡힐 줄이야.
Could you help me?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Help me, please.
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Moskva. Sounds like this ship was from the east.
My money is on a loose cigarette or a discarded match. One careless throw, and boom.
I could do with a pint of the Cursed Mermaid. But the thought of walking in this fog.
약간 이렇게 단서를 놓친 게 몇 가지 있을지도? 아, 역시 이거는 너무 억지야.
What are you gawping at?
중후하다.
Mr. Soulsby, you know more than you're letting on.
What makes you say that?
A man named Dirty Summers was involved in some recent kidnappings across London. He used your name as a cover for his deeds.
What? Really? That doesn't mean I'm involved, though. Boulder Dash. Sorry, you lost me there.
Mr. Soulsby, you know more than you're
아,
letting
틀려도
on.
괜찮아요?
What makes you say that?
A man named Dirty Summers was involved in some recent kidnappings across London. He used your name as a cover for his deeds.
What? Really? That doesn't mean I'm involved, though.
Your calling card was found at the crime scene. That's enough to make you a suspect.
You cannot be serious.
It's true. And that's before mentioning your gold watch. It's brand new and awfully expensive for a customs officer. Clearly you have found yourself another source of income. I'm sure Scotland Yard will be delighted to investigate further.
All right, stop. Look, it's not as it seems. I did not partake in the kidnappings.
I'm all ears, Mr. Soulsby.
Yes, I know Summers. He paid me to turn a blind eye to his business in the warehouse area. Just that. On my word.
You did not tell me which warehouse he used?
I do not recall. But I used red paint to mark unsupervised warehouses. Ought to be one of them.
What else can you say of Summers?
He is a regular at the Cursed Mermaid. Goes there with his crew almost every evening.
What for?
I don't know. I assumed just for a drink.
오케이, 드디어 진행이 된다. 아우, 여기까지 오는데 좀 시간이 좀 걸렸네. 약간 좀 순서라는 게 있는데 이게 추리 게임이 약간 좀 하나의 퍼즐이라고 생각을 하면은 이제 증거를 모으고 단서를 맞추고 하는데 거기서 이제 순서가 몇 개 틀리다 보면은 거기서 이제 확 꼬여버리거든. 이거를 모르잖아요. 그러면 이제 당하는 거야. 당할 수밖에 없어. 자, 그러면 이제 술집으로 다시 가봐야겠죠? 그 전에 이거 빨간 페인트 그 십자가 표시한 그런 곳을 한번 찍어보는 것도 나쁘지 않을지도. 실례합니다.
Why do I have the feeling that you know more about dirty summers than you're letting on?
I have nothing more to add, sir. I failed to follow. Are you finished? I have glasses to wash.
Why do I have the feeling?
다 하나씩 다 해봐. 난 모르겠지만
I failed. I.
그 증거가 안 뜨는데?
I'm not surprised.
잠깐만, 됐어.
So what?
뭐야, 갑자기 됐어.
A customs officer, Roy Soulsby, testified that Summers was a regular here. You must know something about his business.
All I know is his drinks order.
아, 여기서부터는 조금 어렵다.
Hard to make it. Are you?
Why do I?
아, 어려워.
Enough. I have hard evidence that Summers was involved in recent kidnappings across London.
I'm not surprised. So what?
A customs officer, Roy.
All I...
If the lives of the missing do not concern you, then I would urge you to think about your unborn child.
Are you threatening me?
그럴 리가.
Nothing of the sort, but that doesn't mean that there won't be consequences for your silence. Everyone knows you happily served Summers and his crew. Should the police come knocking, you'll be the one going away. And none of us wish to see you raise a child behind bars. Now, spare yourself the trouble and tell me all you know.
Okay. Summers hired my private room. I think he used it to recruit people, but I haven't seen him in a few days. He paid me cash, so I paid him no attention. Nor did I touch anything inside. Here's the key, go and do what you will. Just leave me out of it.
Okay.
The people here are resilient. Tomorrow it'll all be forgotten.
5 shillings. That won't go far.
도천 청구서 파커 윌리엄스 회사 맨체스터. 청구서 번호 012B. 82년 9월 20일. 구매자 오스카 소머스. 나무 상자에 실은 고급 도천 50상자 50파운드.
Strange symbols. I don't recognize them.
구인공고. 업무는 창고 구역에서 상자를 운반하는 작업이다. 더티 소머스는 술집의 개실에서 사람을 고용한다. Strongman needed for moving.
If we stay out much longer, I'm going to need some supper. Do you feel like a meat
끝인가? 끝일 것 같지는 않은데 기분 탓? 오케이, 가자.
Hairs on the back of my neck stood up.
쭈뼛. 재밌다. 재밌네. 나는 아마 이쯤에 하나 있었던 것 같은데. 집이 저쪽이었던 것 같아. 아닌가? 아따, 멀리도 있다. 이거를 어떻게 하는 걸까나? 이해했어. 이렇게 하면 되나? 그렇지. 조사 현장
Really,
발견.
Holmes, this ought to be beneath you. As my brother would say, it is for the greater good. The layers of rust will prevent any movement. Good quality, but torn in many spots. Mold. That's why you don't leave sailcloth lying out.
마루.
There are a couple of marks on this end. The scratches are fresh, left by something metallic. This crank saw some use.
If we stay out much longer, I'm going to need some supper. Do you feel like a meat pie?
Fit for a crank. Well oiled and well maintained. It's stuck. No one's used it in a very long time. I can't do it with my bare hands.
크랭크 갖고 오자. 줍줍. 돌려.
A hidden passage, just as I expected.
If we stay out much longer, I'm going to need some supper.
Wait here, Watson.
Do you feel like a
and
meat
keep an eye on the
pie?
doors. I'll scout the premises.
Will do. Be careful down there.
Wait, what's happening?
오, 갑자기 뭔가 배경이 전환됐어요.
What is this place? Where am I? Strangely cold. Something is missing.
저런 세상이 어디지?
Strangely cold. Something is missing.
무언가 빠진 것 같다.
This cannot have been under the port of London all along. Is it an illusion?
The only way forward is the abyss.
Only way forward is the abyss. Only
only way forward is the abyss.
뭔가 놓친 게 있나봐.
Strangely cold. Something is missing.
뭐가 빠졌을까나? 알고 보니 막 몸을 벗어야 된다거나 그런 거일까나? 아, 뭔가 이 연출을 봐줘야 문이 열린다거나 그러려나?
Only way forward is the abyss.
뭔가 주울 만한 게 있는 거 아니야?
Phew, I didn't die.
설마 했는데. 설마 했는데. 육봉.
It is icy cold and pulse.
얼음처럼 차갑고 맥이 뛰어. 다시.
My heart, be calm.
삽입. 문이 열렸다. 허허, 이 새끼들 보소. 뛰지 말라는 건가? 아, 오케이. 뛰지 말라고?
Now I am somewhere else. How? It's harder to breathe here. Is that?
Oh, Josh. Oh.
No. Unspeakably revolting.
죽지는 않네요. 여기도 뭔가 다른 길로 빠질 수 있는 그런 루트인가? 앞으로 가면은 저 길이 닫히고
It's like it stares right through me.
눈 감아. 일단은 저거는 이제 마음의 눈으로 이제 보면은 눈을 감아가지고 문이 열리는 기믹이고, 위로 올라가지고
Head is already spinning. When will this end? There are 2 recesses.
뭔 퍼즐일까나.
There are 2 recesses. On my head. What just happened?
흑우루이 몬을 아프. 진실을 열어라.
The stench. A strange stone. It almost feels alive.
예, 쿠툴루 하면 빠질 수 없는 이제 낙지. 낙지들. 이상한 이제 문어들과 함께 보여지는 게 있네요.
One down, one to go.
부그나파흐 어예 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 어예.
Oh, that is truly revolting. Frozen and pulsing almost like it has a heart.
충전. 슝.
Did I get out?
John? What is it, Holmes?
오, 왓슨으로 이제 진행을 하네요.
Watson? Holmes, where are you? Holmes. Holmes. Are you all right?
Fine. Watson, I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
Fine? By Jove, you should have heard the way you called out my name.
It was just a game of shadows.
I'm glad. This place gives me the chills. What are we dealing with?
Something that's finally interesting.
I hope we are close to finding our answers. This place is unsettling.
His abdomen is severely bloated. Cyanosis of the lips, marks on the neck. This man was strangled.
무슨 이식이 치러졌구만.
At least 24 pendants, all identical and made of tin. Someone got their hands dirty painting this with blood. An American passport. Amos Colby.
아모스 콜비 젓갈색 매사추세츠. 여권 뒷면에는 피로 그려진 그림이 있다. 어쩌면 문어를 닮은 해양 생물이 흐릿하게 연상된다. 광고 전단지. 나이프네요.
Old blood stains. I've never seen a pattern like this before. It seems made for simple experiments. I wager they could not afford a better set.
못 찾겠다. 캣꼬리. 아, 찾았다.
Black Edelweiss Institute established 17 something. This box contained a narcotic substance, much like the one in Kimihia's brazier. What on earth? It looks like the scribbling of madmen. Oh, potent. This sensor has more narcotic residues. These clothes are missing buttons. They were forcefully removed.
강제로 뜯어냈다.
Dumpra, a staple of lecturemen's attire in Nepal, gathered from dozens of people at the very least. I must have seen this one before. That explains
Holmes,
my
are you sure
hallucinations.
you've left no stone unturned?
Miserable food, mass-produced. Deep scratches left in a frenzy. The strength it would take to carry this crate, let alone break it. A small bloodstain, but not serious.
찌? 벗어. 노층이 있는 것 같은데? 어디지? 이럴 때는 여기를 봐야겠지? 재단 위에 죽은 사람은 누구인가? 신원미상 남성. 여권. 전단지. 그렇지. 미국 보스턴시 노스우드 에이전시에서 파견된 사설 탐정이었다. 콜비 씨는 범인에게 잡혀서 살해당하기 전에 실종 사건들을 조사했을 수 있다. 자, 실종자 포스터. 자. 에델바이스 양철 상자. 그리고 어디 보자. 이거는 잘 모르겠네. 아직 증거가 없는 것 같은데? 아직 증거가 없는 것 같아.
Someone used mud to draw a cross in a rectangle. Why? These clothes were crudely cut off someone. An American, judging by the style. Fine rope work, cut by a finer blade. Did you hear that, Watson?
I hear you.
Kianak, Flegethor, Lebumna, Siaha, Nguft.
Many people were brought to this place. Their abductors stripped off their clothes and discarded them in a pile. The prisoners were kept in a soporific trance by the use of narcotics. A few tried to resist, but alas, in vain. After a few days, everyone was stuffed in a crate and sent elsewhere. Only one captive was left behind. He was strangled to death on this altar.
What the hell is happening, Holmes?
Calm yourself.
오!
Cannot be. What is it? Oh my God.
뱀들이야?
Please tell me we found all we needed to, Holmes.
I think we found a bit more than that.
Yet we have no clue as to where those people have been taken.
And that's where you're wrong, Watson. We have more than enough. I just need to connect the dots. How about you pack your suitcase in the meantime, my dear fellow? Just in case.
It's hard to know how much to pack. I might bring a spare notebook just in case.
어디 보자. 아직 어디로 갔는지까지는 그거 없는 거지? 스위스의 블랙 에델바이스 기관이다. 뭐야?
Before I leave, I should know where I'm going.
Please tell me we're going somewhere warm, or at the very least, dry.
블랙 에델바이스? 스위스. 아, 나. 됐다. 아, 이학이야, 이학. 스위스의 인터라켄에 있다. 켈러 교수가 1789년에 세운 정신질환과 중독 전문.
Dr. Watson, how does a trip to Switzerland sound to you?
It sounds unexpected. What makes you think we should head there?
It's all about the box with narcotics and Mr. Colby's clue, the cross inside a rectangle. Put two and two together, add a dash of research, and what do you get? The Black Edelweiss Institute in Interlaken, Switzerland. If we hurry, we can still catch tonight's train.
왓슨 표정 썩 좋지는 않은데.
As grateful as I have been for your company, Dr. Watson, I'm afraid you shall have to investigate Edelweiss alone.
Hello? Mr. Holmes, I fear you overestimate my abilities.
Nonsense. You are a military man, a bastion of British courage.
I'm no such thing. As a doctor, I avoided most combat, save for one dreadful day. My troop was ambushed in a village with innocents caught in the crossfire. Too many to help.
The man with the rosary. He was one of them?
A translator, yes. We were trapped. 6 soldiers and myself. I thought it was the end. But Lieutenant Paget refused to go quietly. The men prepared for a final stand. I rose to follow, but Paget shook his head. He told me to run, that I had other men to save. They charged, and I fled through the rear. So you see, Mr. Holmes, I am a coward.
The logic seems inescapable.
Yes.
You, a surgeon by trade, would have been perfectly useless in that conflict.
What? No.
And how many men have you helped since? Ailments eased, troubles tended?
No more than a handful. Truth be told, I have become somewhat of a recluse.
How many people could you help with 30 years ahead of you? Dozens? Hundreds? Paget was correct. You can cease your self-recrimination.
Holmes, I don't know what to say.
I would start with, I am Dr. John Watson, may I look around? The Edelweiss staff will doubtless be eager to show off their facility to a fellow physician. I have already taken the liberty of sending a letter on your behalf to request a visit.
And what of you?
I shall be pursuing other avenues. Should you see anything troublesome or improper, simply notify the local authorities. Otherwise, try a little analysis yourself. You know my methods. Apply them.
3장 광기의 산맥. 오, 벌써 3장이네. 새로운 메뉴가 활성화되었습니다. 뭐지? 보너스. 에이, 왓슨의 타자기. 야, 정장. 아니 이 연무새가.
Salutations, madam. I am Dr. John Watson. I was wondering if you've got word of my visit.
Yeah, Dr. Watson. We received your letter on the matter. Would it be to see Professor Gygax?
At their earliest convenience, yes. I shall try not to take up too much of their valuable time.
Wait here, bitte. Mr. and Mrs. Bronson, your girl has made remarkable progress. See? Take a look for yourself.
My apologies for keeping you waiting, Dr. Watson. Surely you understand how medical work can make one lose track of time.
Do not be sorry, Professor. I too know the importance of closely attending to patients.
The work hardly stops here, yet the satisfaction of perfecting the mind compels us to persevere.
I take it you welcome many a soul into your establishment?
Admissions, yes. Visitors, though? I am curious as to what brought you to the Schwarzes Edelweiss.
Word of mouth. An article I read back in London spoke highly of your institution. But rather than taking its word for it, I thought I would see things for myself.
My asylum's reputation precedes it, then.
Everyone, your attention, please. Guten Day. Yes. Hi. Hello. The name's Amos Colby, Northwood Detective Agency, Boston. I got questions that need answers. Who's in charge here?
What seems to be the matter, Dr. Watson? You can tell me.
By Jove, it cannot be him.
저 남자는 유명인입니다.
Right. Yes. I was surprised because that man is a celebrity. Yes, that's it. Very famous, Mr. Colby. I couldn't believe my eyes.
No. In my line of work, it can't wait. The longer it takes
If
me
you
to
wish
get
to
the truth,
recuperate,
the
Dr.
more
Watson,
lives
you
are
may
placed
avail
in
yourself
harm's
of the
way.
guest room.
But I have so much more to discuss.
Nurse, if you'd be so kind as to escort Dr. Watson to the guest room. Herr Colby, from Northwood Agency. How unexpected. I am Professor Gygax. I would be happy to answer your questions in the examination room.
Look, Professor, unless you got any clues as to the whereabouts of...
There is no need to be alarmed. No one gets neglected in my care.
상당히 많이 수상한 거식이네요.
Now, let's not resort to brute force.
Do not worry, Herr Colby. My methods are rather more delicate. Search him thoroughly. Then take him to the holding chamber. I need to decide precisely what to do with our guest.
약간 좀 뭔가 유명인사라고 거짓말한 게 도움이 된 것 같아. 왜냐면 그 에이전시라고 해가지고 그 원래 죽었어야 할 사람이 살아서 이제 사기치러 온 거잖아요. 그 명분을 쓰고 그거를 이제 알고 있다라고 이제 티를 내면 어떻게 이제 거식이 돼버렸을지도 모르지. 나쁘지 않은 임기응변이었던 것 같아. 아닌가? 아니 말고. 왓슨도 약간 좀 그 홈스 센스도 쓸 수 있네요. 락핏. 한 칸 내고
A truncheon, not the typical tool for a nurse.
방금 뭔가 칼소리 들리지 않았어?
You there! I command you to free me at once.
I'm not sure that's a great idea at the moment.
How dare you deny me? I must have my revenge against the lickspittles upstairs.
Fortunately for you, I'm here to stop the very same people.
You are?
Indeed. But first, I must discover all I can about this institution. Tell me, have you witnessed the arrival of any foreign patients?
Tell me? The gall! The impertinence to bark such orders!
Please, we don't have time for this.
Do you know with whom you speak? I am the great Napoleon!
Napoleon Bonaparte?
The one and only. Emperor of the French, first consul of the Republic, leader of la Grande Armée. Once I am free and have exacted my revenge against the guards who ridicule me, I shall rest happy in the arms of my beloved
나폴레옹이 왜
Josephine.
여기 있어?
Right. Well, I will leave you to your scheming, Emperor. Any chemist would envy the quality of this equipment. The final product, ready to cure madness, or to push one deeper into its grasp. Raw materials used to formulate medicine. With this equipment, they can create any type of medication.
환자 엘로이즈 K. 진단 감각적 피부 뜯기. 매일 손톱을 다듬는다. 소리를 계속 질러도 손을 풀어주지 말 것. 마우리치오 H. 조광증 분열. 마리아나 W. 히스테리. 닐스 J. 신경쇠약.
Very sturdy. I might borrow it.
김빠이.
What was that? Is someone there?
접근 불가. 오케이. 다른 데 들어갑시다.
My heart is pierced by Cupid. I disdain all glittering gold. There is nothing can console me but my jolly sailor bold.
오, 5, 4, 3, 5, 4, 5, 4, 3, 4, 1, 1, 1, 4, 1, 3, 4, 1, 3, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 2, 3.
A certificate of appreciation from the municipal councillor to Professor Becker for contributions to the development of medicine in Interlaken. A simple toolbox, yet capable of repairing anything.
베커 교수가 보낸 쪽지. 당신이 용납할 수 없는 행동의 결과로 나는 손에 심각한 화학 화상을 입었네. 아이는 불쌍하게도 너무 겁에 질려 대화를 거부했고 내가 다가오는 걸 막으려고 방의 모든 물건을 망가뜨리기 시작했어. 자네가 게르다에게 한 행동은 절대로 두 번 다시 해서는 안 되네. 나는 자네 방식이 야만적인 의료교환실이라고 여긴다는 걸 이참에 확실하게 해두지. 자네가 뻔뻔하게 말하듯이 내 기관의 미래가 되고 싶다면 내 높은 기준에 맞춰야 하네. 나에게 다시 실망을 주지 말게. 베커 교수, 블랙 에델바이스 기관장.
Tubes of varying diameters. Interesting. Looks like it's still operational. Cooking grease. Is this the kitchen dumbwaiter? I can make out the names listed here. This photo was damaged, seemingly by oil.
김빠이.
Painting in a mental institution. Vogel would be Speech and the Cerebellum by S.A. Becker. John Sallow, The Tulpa Phenomenon. And R.G. Hill, Dr. Connolly. It appears that all the psychiatric classics were banished here.
증거는 다 찾았나? 오케이. 그러면 생각을 정리해 봅시다. 비관 경비원들을 어떻게 행동불능으로 만들 수 있을까? 주사기, 금속관, 보낸 쪽지. 에? 나니? 뭐 하나가 빠졌어.
I command you to let me out!
The truncheon, not the typical tool for a nurse.
My comrades in Paris shall hear about this!
Looks like it's still operational.
Don't you look down on me. Open the door. They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me.
아이템은 더 없고 어렵네.
I'm sure I heard something. The final product, ready to cure madness, or to push one deeper into its grasp.
They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me.
Speech and the Cerebellum by S.A. Becker. Tubes of varying diameters. Interesting.
이거 참.
The unmistakable scent of alcoholism. Did you walk the truncheon? Not the typical tool for a nurse.
They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me. They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me.
공략 마렵네. 공략. 아 이건 진짜 좀 어렵다. 아 뭔가 있을 텐데 분명히.
Truncheon, not the typical tool for a nurse.
경비원 총알. 버그인가? 주사기.
They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me.
나는
They haven't
나는 최고 난이도를 한 적이 없어요. 그래가지고 나 난이도 올라갔나 싶어가지고 나 한 번 본 것뿐이야.
made a bullet that can hit me. They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me. They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me. They haven't yet made a bullet.
아 진짜. 아니 왜 안 되는 걸까?
They haven't yet. Made a bullet that can hit me.
뭐가 문제일까?
They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me.
Painting in a mental institution. Vogel would be delighted.
어우 내 뇌야.
Cooking grease. Is this the kitchen dumbwaiter? Looks like it's still operational.
증거가 모자란 것 같긴 한데 어디서 찾아야 될지 모르겠어요. 그건 보이지도 않고.
Looks like it's still operational. R.G. Hill, Dr. Connolly. It appears that all the psychiatric classics were banished here.
뭔가가 있어야 되는데.
They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me.
보이는 게 없을 건데. 안 되겠다. 도와줘요, 나무 위키. 이야. 뭐야? 공략이 없는데? 공략. 안돼. 찾을 수가 없다. 아, 찾았다. 뭐야?
They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me.
뭐 어떻게 한 거지? 나랑 똑같이 막혔는데? 나랑 똑같이 막혔어. 아, 뭐야? 아니, 아니 이쪽으로 갈 수 있는 거였어? 홀리 몰리. 와,
There's the guest room. I wonder if Watson was able to speak to Gygax. Locked. I suppose the reception will be guarded anyway. Darn. No way I can get past him without being noticed. This sedative worked faster than I expected. Perhaps I ought to train myself. Build up a tolerance. I'd rather not sit in this chair ever again.
와, 이거를 못 해가지고 몇 분을 지금. 세상에 맙소사.
Who's there? Show yourself.
그러니까 이제 어디 보자. 바람총을 만들어 사용하면 저전골에 관이 적합할지 모른다. 저전고.
This should suffice.
야, 그거 하나 방을 못 가가지고 그 뒷방을 못 해가지고 시간 아까워. 결부석. 출출하다.
Manufactured and packaged here. Manufactured and packaged here. This is the same narcotic substance that we found in London.
슈니처 씨에게 보낸 편지. 귀하의 아드님은 좋은 보살핌을 받고 있고 그의 예기치 않은 심리적 장애는 저희 기관에서 치료할 수 있다고 말씀드리기 위해 급히 연락드립니다. 귀하께서도 저만큼 아드님의 행복을 걱정하시리라 믿으며 저희가 힘을 합치면 아드님을 빨리 개유하리라 확신합니다. 귀하의 창고에 보관하는 저희 약품은 이 과정에서 중요한 역할을 합니다. 가이각스 교수님.
I can't get any closer lest I receive another dose of medicine. This should be enough to avoid unwanted attention, at least from a distance.
will tear your lips from your skull with my fingernails.
Miss,
I'll gouge your eyes out and cut off your hands, just like you did to Heidi.
I am quite certain you would, but I'm afraid you have me mistaken for someone else. So, I take it your name is Gerda. Who is Heidi?
You talk strange. You're going to Hell's Door, aren't you? To where those other funny talkers finally shut up?
Hell's Door? To what do you refer?
Only Heidi had answers. Go away, pig!
I
said go, or you will spend your last moments on Earth screaming. This door won't stop me. They took you away, and I'll never forgive them.
제한구역. 장구역 가야겠는데?
Fabric burnt in the furnace. A jalabia, a traditional garment from northern Africa. The garments of several dozen people at least. So you're Heidi. I didn't realize I was on Haunted Doll Watch. So you're Heidi. I didn't realize I was on Haunted Doll Watch. Good Lord, how unsettling. The damage seems intentional.
조지아로 휘갈겼음. 재밌으니까요. 이무평가.
So this is how they kept the prisoners docile and harmless.
튀어나온 뭔가.
An orthodox reliquary commonly found in Eastern Europe, now in a cell halfway up the Alps.
성유문함. What? 지금 이 양반은 왓슨입니다. 왜 여자가 아니에요? 뭔 소리를 하는 거야? 뚝배기. 변색, 강한 염소 냄새.
Doors can be opened for deliveries. These are the same crates we found in London. I should take a closer look. A bottle this sturdy doesn't break by accident. Substantial blood loss. One poor soul found another way out.
입증! 이거를 다 하나씩 봐줘야 돼. 증거를 찾자.
Dirt and sweat. They were locked in here for days, judging by the smell. I doubt that one could survive such a journey with this little water.
뭔가 있었는데? 왜 안 보이지? 기분탓? 뭐지? 왜 보이지가 않지? 아, 있다.
The kidnappers even provided airflow. How generous.
하나가 안 보여. 아, 이게 왜 이렇게 안 보여, 이거. 으씨. 아, 됐다.
This is the same design as the one from London. This trip was prolonged, perilous. Carriages were backed through these doors, and they began to unload their cargo in secret. Next, the crates were opened, freeing their passengers. Not everyone survived the journey. Dirty, exhausted, and dehydrated prisoners were then herded into cells. But all the cells are now empty, and I have not located a morgue. Time to find Hell's Door.
영안실은 못 찾았어. 지옥을 탐방할 차례야.
The stamp on this crate confirms it came from America. That's quite a distance to
미국에서
travel.
왔어? 대형은행인가? 지금 셜록은 뭐 자기는 다른 일을 하겠다고 지금 왓슨을 조수를 지금 이런 것을 지금 데려왔어.
I will make them pay for what they did to Heidi.
하이디를 찾았습니다.
I believe I have found your friend.
Heidi! Oh, poor girl. What did they do to you?
Shh. It's all right now.
Everything will be all right.
Please, Gerda, now I have found Heidi, I need some help from you in return.
Shh, Heidi. We should thank the man, don't you think?
당신은 왜 여기 있나요?
How did you end up in Block B?
The nurses say I'm prone to violent outbursts, but they're wrong. I just do what Heidi tells me.
외국인 환자들은 어떻게 되었나요?
Tell me all you know about those funny talking people.
We'd hear their screams. The guards would take them down the corridor behind you and they'd disappear. And the screams would stop.
가인각스에 관해서 무엇을
Professor
아십니까?
Gygax seems to rule this facility with an iron fist. Do you know anything about her?
She's sick. She did nasty things to us. Separated me and Heidi just for fun. Before she got here, this place was all right.
Have you ever met Professor Becker?
I remember him. He was in charge here before that witch Gygax.
가인각스가 오기 전에 여기 우두머리였다.
Too bad. He was nice.
그는 착했다고.
I shall leave you two to get reacquainted.
이제 또 길 찾기가 시작되는구만. 어디 보자. 밖으로 다시 나가야 되나?
The doors can be opened for deliveries.
비밀 통로가 있어야 한다. 비밀 통로라. 일단은 뭐 짐작 가는 곳을 한번 가볼까요? 짐작 가는 곳이 그 죄수 중에 갇혀 있는 친구 중에 이랑은 좀 관련이 없어 보이네. 이거랑은 좀 관련이 없나봐. 진찰실.
Locked. I suppose the reception will be guarded anyway. Darn. No way I can get past him without being noticed.
뒷문 근처를 어디를 말하는지 모르겠네. 감방에서 준비된 후 비밀문을 통해 보내진 게 분명하다. 깜빵 뒤쪽에 있다. 다시 가보자. 이쪽에서 야, 이거야? 설마.
Scratches. Something has been moved through here. This seems to be a locking mechanism. The whole thing must be a door.
분위기는 꼭 공포스럽긴 하죠. 그나저나 이 문을 어떻게 열지? 하나하나 다 해봐. 혹시 모르잖아. 이게 되네. 하이디 편지. 그렇구나. 누구한테 물어봐야 되는 느낌?
I will make them pay for what they did to Heidi.
I found Hell's door, the one that made the foreigners silent, remember? How do I open it? Gerda, please, I cannot get inside. You have to tell me how to open it.
How can you speak to me like nothing's wrong? Can't you hear Heidi crying? Look at her! Look! She's suffering. I can't even hear my thoughts over her screams. Poor Heidi. We will fix you. I promise. We will fix you.
Leave it with me, Gerda.
저에게 맡겨주시오. 조사 현장 발견. 어디로 가야 돼? 어디로 가야 돼?
You're going to be good as new.
나보고 어쩌라고. 그녀는 오직 하이다만 모든 것을 안다고 계속 주장한다. 인형이 소리될 때까지는 답을 얻지 못할 것이다. 필요한 준비물, 버튼 2개, 실, 접착제, 못. 미쳐버리겠네. 미쳐. 뭐 어디서 구해와야 돼? 여기? 긴 실, 단추. 조사 현장 완료. 진실? 접착제 못. 접착제 못. 어디 있지? 접착제랑 못. 마음이 꺾인다. 내 마음이 꺾일 것 같아.
Stay with me, Heidi. I can't lose you again.
어디로 가면 얻을 수 있을까나? 여기? 여기 있을까? 공구 세트를 본 것 같긴 한데 아닌가? 있다. 가자 빨리 가자. 지체할 시간이 없다.
Will this help fix your friend?
Give it to me.
How is she feeling?
Everything will be all right.
대가리에 못 박았어.
Gerda, I have a couple of questions.
Yes,
Dirty little mouth, Gerda. You've said enough already.
She won't speak no more. Now it's only Heidi. You helped me, and I didn't cut out your eyes. So we're even. Now go!
자식이?
Heidi, there are things I need some
뒤질래?
clarity on.
Ask if you dare, but if I get bored, there will be consequences.
하이니는 무슨 이야기를 해야 합니까? 실종된 하인을 찾는 간단한 기다려봐. 일단 열쇠가 필요하니까.
You bore us. Look, Gerda, the man is insane. The professor would treat him like she treated us.
Heidi.
다시 하면 그만이야.
I found Hell's Door, but it's locked. Is there a way to get in?
Hell's Door? Never heard of it.
들은 적 없어?
You're so dumb.
Hide.
아이.
I found.
이건가?
You're so.
아니네. 뭐지? 이건가? 운반용 승강기? 일단은 이거 아니고 비밀 아니야. 임무평가 쪽지.
You're so. You're so.
오래된 사진. 게르다의 증언.
That's not true. You, Gerda, told me that Hell's Door makes people silent forever.
And you believe that snotty little girl? I'll personally ensure that she never dares to speak again.
4개 중에 잘 찍으면 한 방에 가네. 자네가 게르다에게 한 행동은 절대로 두 번 다시 해서는 안 되네. 가자.
Professor Gygax
그렇지.
hurt you repeatedly, scarred your body and mind. You are not protecting Hell's Door. You are simply afraid of the consequences were I to enter.
I could tap your teeth out with a hammer until you choked on the blood and bits.
You could, but then you would live the rest of your life in fear of Professor Gygax. I can make that feeling go away.
How?
I can stop her. But the key, Heidi, the key to Hell's Door is critical to stopping Professor Gygax. And I think you know where it is.
Tell him!
But you said...
And now I say tell him!
The professor. She has a special key. Keeps it close and only brings it down when you people go through. Behind those closed doors, those people start to sing. Oh, they sing in so much pain.
Gygax. Of course. Thank you, Gerda. Heidi. I must leave.
Leave? You joke. Nobody leaves the Edelweiss. Now you will be with us forever!
우린 영원히 함께야. 힛. 자, 보자. 빰빰빠라빰. 왓슨이 찾아서 아래층으로 이동하면 된다. 왓슨에게 어떻게 도움을 요청할까? 성공! 환자를 써서 주의를 분산시키면 된다. 이게 되네. 어우렉. 준작. 한 바퀴 돌았잖아. 지금 나 뭐 하는 거야? 모시모시. 자, 아따 귀찮다잉. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, 4. 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, 4. 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, 4. 됐어. 완벽해. 나와, 자식아.
At last, you came to your senses.
My humble apologies, Emperor.
Spare me your groveling, Englishman.
Of course, you are right as ever, for you see, time is of the essence. The royalists have risen again, and your darling Josephine needs you. Paris needs you.
Mon amour.
But the guards upstairs in reception stand in your way.
Ha! They will pose no problem for the likes of me. Merci, Englishman. When I return to Les Tuileries, I shall make you a general.
Oh, you are too kind, Emperor. Now go. Your freedom awaits.
I am coming, Josephine.
Psst. Watson. Over here.
Holmes? What are you doing here, and where did you get that outfit?
It is unimportant. I require your assistance.
무슨 일이 벌어졌는지 말해줘.
What is happening, Holmes? I need an explanation.
It's quite simple. I created a distraction so that I could tell you something important, and in turn, I need you to acquire something important for me.
How can you call any of this charade simple?
Watson, we can discuss this later. Time is of the utmost importance. The kidnapped people may still be here. This is what I know so far.
What? You really found all this on your own?
Focus, Watson. I need you to find a key. It will be most unique. All the details are in my notes. Logic dictates that Gygax will keep it near her. Once acquired, you must get it to me. Perhaps the kitchen dumbwaiter could be of use.
Holmes, I can't do this. I'm no spy.
Yes, you can, Watson. You are unfailingly dependable.
Dr. Watson, visitors are not permitted back here.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Kuntz. After the war, my nerves, I fled all that commotion.
It is nothing. A patient attempted to escape. He will not get far. Now, if you would like to follow me.
권총 챙겨.
Perhaps I should take this. For all I hope it won't be needed.
실제로 이제 왓슨이 작중에서 권총을 많이 챙기죠. 위험할 것 같다 싶을 때.
Did a child make these? Blood in the water. Someone must have washed their hands here recently. What have we got ourselves into, Holmes?
Ah, Dr. Watson. Just the man I wanted to see.
Professor, I'm surprised you're not trying to catch that escapee.
Please, my time is far too valuable. I hope Nurse Kuntz has been taking good care of you.
He has certainly kept me out of trouble.
Professor, it is time for your appointment with your next patient, Mr. Wolf.
Herr Wolf can wait until tomorrow. I wish to speak with Dr. Watson.
As you wish.
You still see patients yourself, even as the director of this entire facility?
Only the important ones. And yet I rarely get to pick the brain of a man like yourself. I think it is time we got to know each other, no?
I'm afraid there's not much to know. I'm just an average chap living a rather prosaic life these days.
Dr. Watson, those of us who pursue knowledge are anything but average. Now, who are you?
이사입니다.
I'm a physician in search of a stimulating career. I have patients, yes, but admittedly, I'm more interested in the cutting edge of medical research. So when I read about the Black Edelweiss and your work on the healing of minds, I simply had to learn more.
I suppose my Edelweiss was always destined to attract other curious minds. But before we continue, I want you to understand one thing. A broken mind can never be truly healed.
Ah, I see. So, what exactly do you do here?
It is simple. If you cannot fix a person's nature, you must force them to forget it.
Surely there are other methods of treatment.
How naive. You remind me of a man I once knew, Professor Becker. But we do not speak of him anymore.
A colleague?
The former director here. One day he realized that Edelweiss had outgrown him and had...
열쇠 찾는 중. 과연 열쇠는?
Already, Doctor?
I was simply admiring your office, Professor. Apologies.
While I am pleased you appreciate its practicality and appearance, we were discussing bigger things. Was my conversation boring you?
No, not at all. I merely...
No, I understand full well. You're not seeking conversation.
What do you mean?
It is obvious. Your mind craves truth, but not in this form. You must witness a practical demonstration if you are to learn.
I'm certainly intrigued. Would that be possible?
Of course. I propose a journey between the jury of the human brain. You will not leave without being truly enlightened. Kuntz, take Dr. Watson back to the courtyard. Then tell the nurses to prepare the operation.
게르다 불쌍해. 진짜로?
Yes, Professor.
Our preparations will take a little time. I will come for you soon, Doctor.
내가 선택지 잘못 고른 거 아니지? 에이 설마.
I hope everything is to your liking, Dr. Watson.
솔직히 죄다 찍고 있는 시점에서 추리는 물 건너갔다고 생각을 해. 실패! 깔끔하게 실패했네요. 증거를 찾아야겠구만. 오케이, 가자.
We rarely have visitors here.
I'm struggling to remember something.
환자가 쓴 시.
This area is off limits. A patient has escaped. I don't want to guard Block B tonight.
Did you see my son? He's such a sweet boy.
I want them to fly.
I hear them scratching. Don't you hear it?
Too bad my parents had to leave so soon. I haven't seen them for months.
지금 이 사람이 왓슨이에요. 나는 그 지하에 갇힌 사람이 왓슨인 줄 알았거든. 홈즈였어. 가인각사의 환자 기록. 비록 글쓰기에 대한 집착은 남았지만 환자의 기억은 2분 이상 지속되지 않는다. 매일 관찰 처방. 망했잖아.
Good lord, that's a lot of records. A commemorative photo album. Been a while since I've been in one of these. Photograph seems recent.
I hope you're finding your room comfortable, Dr. Watson.
I can't just leave Holmes here alone.
진찰실은 갈 수가 없네요. 그러면 한번 해볼까? 조합을 해볼까? 이건 아직 안되고. 울프는 왜 신경 쓸까? 관찰 결과가 있어야 되네? 관찰 결과라.
I wonder how Edelweiss compares to your clinics in England.
부엌.
Did you hear that a patient escaped? All the
Looks dusty but functional.
Find him? Oh, we never use that. I think he connects somewhere downstairs. I suppose it will be one less ungrateful mouth to feed if he dies out there.
Oh, hello. Who might you be? My name is Dr. John Watson. I wanted to talk with you, if you didn't mind.
Ah, Doctor. I don't suppose you could help. I seem to have forgotten where I am.
We're in the Black Edelweiss, Mr. Wolf. It's an asylum in Switzerland, and you are one of its most important patients.
But why am I here?
That's what I was about to ask you.
I can't remember. Sorry, I can't remember anything.
It's all right. You don't need to push. Try to relax. Let the thoughts come and go. Now, what comes to mind? Mr. Wolf?
Oh, hello. Who might you be?
We just went over this.
I'm sorry, but I don't think we were.
We were just discussing this facility, the Black Edelweiss Asylum, and why you are here.
That name does sound familiar.
Holmes, the things I do for you.
Excuse me, who are you? And who's this Holmes fellow?
I am Dr. Watson, and Holmes is, well, you could call him my imaginary friend. That's just a little joke, don't mind me.
But why am I here, Doctor? Am I sick?
I'm sure I can take a look.
관찰한다. 안면마비. 한쪽이 마비돼. 정확한 수술 절개 흔적. 화학 화상. 약물 남용의 가능성. 치료 때문에 아프다. 치료가 먹히지 않는다? 치료 때문에 아프다.
Dear Lord, what did Gygax do to you?
Excuse me? Who are you?
Oh, never mind.
Excuse me, who are you?
I don't know why I keep doing this, expecting something different.
그렇지. 그렇지. 베커 교수, 그럴 것 같았어. 베커 교수를 지금 잘못 해가지고 그냥 담가 버린 거야. 그냥 그는 지금 심각한 기억장애에 시달리지만 아직 글을 쓸 수 있다.
Feel free to explore the courtyard, Dr. Watson. I'm sure it will enlighten you. Feel free to explore the courtyard, Dr. Watson. I'm sure it will enlighten you.
베커한테 다시 가려면 되려나?
You're mean. That's rude. And I'm not. You're lying.
Hello again. You won't remember me, but we've met before. I am Dr. John Watson. And you are Professor Becker. You were the previous director of this facility, the Black Edelweiss.
Professor, really? Actually, that name does sound familiar. Wait. Let me write it down. I try to recall memories through writing, but they always feel just out of reach.
As a matter of fact, I have more for you to jot down.
Oh, yes. Yes, please, anything.
Professor Gygax did this to you. She made you forget everything, even who you are. But we will play a trick on her. We will write a letter so that she learns her lesson. Put down what I dictate.
가이각스는 잔인하다. 엉망인 기관장이다. 가이각스는 잔인하다.
Dear Professor Gygax, your vile work has ruined countless lives through needless suffering. Your methods serve nothing but to show your own sick emotional state.
가이각스는 미래가 아니다.
You are not, as you so claimed, the future of the Edelweiss, and you never were. And by the time you make it to my cell, the police will already know the truth of how you came to be director of this asylum. Signed, Professor Becker.
There. It's done. Now, hold on a minute. Who are you?
My name is John Watson. I'm a doctor from London, a veteran of Afghanistan, and I wish to be a writer, though deep down I fear I lack the talent. And presently I'm risking my life to help my brilliant detective flatmate in the pursuit of a cult of kidnappers, even as I fear it may destroy him. I'm tired and hungry, and I have not had a good bath in weeks, and yet despite it all, I feel alive. Any more questions?
Good heavens, sir. You're as mad as they come.
자네도 만만치 않게 미쳤군. 감사합니다.
One of the patients asked me to deliver this note. It's for Professor Gygax.
Thank you, Doctor. Leave it with me.
Unbelievable. Kunz, with me.
말도 안 된다 하면서 바로 수술 다시 온. 즉시 뚜따. 봐야 될 게 많아요.
Close, but I don't think this is the key. This is too small to be what Holmes asked for.
안 나와. 노랗게 안 떠. 뜬다. 친애하는 교수님, 뉴 얼리언스에서 은행에서 온 편지. 보석 11개의 최종 판매가는 12,550 스위스 프랑입니다. 저희 이레인은 교수님께 이 금액의 3분의 1을 전송하라고 제시했습니다. 평소대로 교수님의 변호사에게 이체될 예정입니다. 변호사 고용비. 오케이. 도장인가?
An Edelweiss relief about 2 inches in diameter. This must be what Holmes was after.
특별한 열쇠. 가이각세 일기. 백거에서 에델바이스를 장악한 지 3개월이다. 모든 동료가 바뀐 규칙에 찬성한 게 아니어서 지금 남은 이곳의 교수다. 알이 첫 지급금을 보냈다. 우리의 거래는 위험하지만 그가 약속을 지킨다면 가능성이 무한하다. 그렇게 된 거였군.
Nothing special about this.
삽입! 이 문은
A wax cylinder. There is something recorded on it. The writing is mostly gone. Phonetic symbols, perhaps.
이빨? 옅은 색의
The
에나멜?
tooth of an adult male, likely lost in a beating. Only a couple of days old. The inside of the cuff is worn. It's been used often. It's sealed tight. I can't exit the same way.
알에게서 편지를 받았네요. 열쇠도 있네. 보송은 은행으로 갔다. 주인님은 내게 선택받은 자의 첫 집단을 보내달라고 명령했다. 2주 내로 도착할 예정이니 실패하지 마라. 희생자들이죠. 가이각스 교수의 공채. 성공률은 10명 중 4명이고 실패자가 어떤 외부 자극에도 반응을 안 보인다. 그렇지만 음성학 체계에는 부정할 수 없는 성공이라고 선언할 수 있다. 한 선택받은 자가 계속 저항한다. 격리와 박탈은 그의 반응을 더 거세게 만들었다. 협상은 분노를 낳았고 무려 전두엽과 측두엽을 직접 제거해도 남은 건 내재한 반항신념이었다. 선택받은 자가 다른 이의 마음을 오염하게끔 둘 수 없으니 더 살게끔 못 둔다는 것이 어쩔 수 없는 결론이다.
Looks as if it's been recently used.
되게 끔찍하네요.
Ringlui Maglana Parkatulu, Rilye Wagnana Galpatagan. Ringlui Maglana Parkatulu, Rilye Wagana Galpatagan. Ringlui Maglana
Dynamo machine
Parkatulu,
provides electrical stimulation for the person in the chair.
Ringlui Maglana Parkatulu,
Full grain leather
Wagana
straps,
Galpatagan.
impossible to escape.
발전.
A very professional brain dissection.
뚜따.
A very professional brain dissection.
Get out of my head!
Your iron-fisted, devoid of soul, find reverence for the one and tremble.
The great lord!
Lift your voice, surrender your soul, and become a servant of madness.
Please! No more! Stop it! Watson! John! Somebody!
Wretched mortal, do not fear what is to come. Let him rupture our world anew. Awaken, and let the
World behold!
뭐지?
The light of the
실면.
abyss
실면의
is
빛이야.
the light from the abyss. Get out of my head.
이 소녀는 대체 뭐야? 일단은 뭐 이자가 하나 내려오긴 하는데 지금 봐야 될 게 많으니까.
A hydraulic elevator? How ingenious. Judging by the remnants of blood and flesh, these instruments were used for dismemberment. Dear God, is that
방사능인가? 왜 색깔이 녹색이야? 시면 응시하기 돌아보게 하십시오. 이쪽이랑 내가 또 길을 하나 패스한 것 같은데? 아 이게 단가? 가자. 진행시켜. 지금 당장 진행시켜.
Watson?
Holmes.
What are you still doing here?
Still? I was trying to find more information. Did you think I was just going to sit in my room twiddling my thumbs?
I only asked you to find the key. I had everything else under control.
Says the man who looks like he saw a ghost.
I'm fine, Watson.
You're hardly fine. You reek of congealed blood and chemicals. What did you see down there?
Never mind me. Where's Gygax?
I'm afraid she's over there. I found her like that when I entered, on my word.
What? She was our biggest lead.
Yet another wrinkle in our investigation. What do we do now, Holmes?
Hush. Let me think.
죽었어. 그 사이에 죽었어? 눈이야.
The pencil is buried deep all the way to the brain. Instant death. The patients here wear the same robes. No traces of blood on her clothes. Must have got on her white overcoat. Heidi, how did she
게르다야?
end up here?
We'd better inform the local police about this.
You're right, Watson. But first, we need to determine where our case goes next.
I had nothing to do with this, Holmes. I swear it.
자, 열려라. 오픈 마인드. 뉴올리스인가? 편지인데? 일기인가? 뭐였더라? 직실 편지. 이겼다. 미국의 뉴올리언스. EW 그레이 은행을 통해 보석을 판매한 것으로 보인다.
We've got what we needed, Watson. This conspiracy reaches further than we thought. I don't suppose you've ever been to New Orleans?
You are joking.
I seldom do. Let's go. There's no time to waste.
근데 왜 이렇게 늦게 왔어요? 3장을 완료하십시오.
There's nothing in this world that cannot be explained with logic and reason. Nothing in this world.
Holmes?
뭘 여친이야.
You seem troubled.
I'm not troubled, Watson. I am preoccupied.
That place was awful. Inhumane. It would be natural to experience some feelings of shock or fear.
Men reduced to gibbering imbeciles, numb beyond recognition, powerless to help themselves. When a doctor does go wrong, they are the first of criminals. They have the nerve and they have the knowledge.
That woman did not deserve the title. Such casual cruelty for such selfish aims.
I knew another man like that once.
밥 뭐
Treated my
먹어?
mother, perhaps even killed her, depending on who you ask.
My sincere condolences.
김치찜이요?
In the end, she was just a shadow
아,
of herself.
저녁 뭐 먹지?
The outline of the person I recognized, but lacking all else. She was pushed until she cracked. Should you see me cracking, John, I must ask you to intervene.
Nothing compels us to pursue this matter further, Sherlock. We can return to London, report what we have discovered. Let more capable hands take over.
Alas, there are no
역해 나올지도 몰라요.
No other would succeed in our stead.
We know nothing of what awaits. What dangers lurk in the darkness?
Nonsense. We draw nearer to New Orleans with every passing minute, and thus closer to the answers we seek. Those answers for
셜록 홈즈가 여친이 있긴 해.
will nevertheless be the work of men. And that is a work I have studied well.
간호조가 있어요.
So be it.
I know you to be a
여친 왓슨 아니야 내가.
if I may make one.
그럴 리가. 아니 왓슨은 애초에 유부남이야.
Of course.
설정상. 자, 이렇게 해서 이제 뉴올리언스로 진행을 하죠. 그리고는 저는 방종을 하죠. 사상 외지인들 뉴올리언스.
Ah, Holmes. After our trip to nippy Switzerland, I can
그만해,
certainly use
그만.
this new world heat.
Do not get carried away, Watson. What we could certainly use are answers to my questions.
I know, but you look exhausted. Why didn't we find the hotel first?
We shall rest when our investigation is over, and not a moment sooner. I shall ask you to handle our bags while I search for the bank.
As you wish.
Oi! Stop it, you! Our luggage! Good Lord, what have you done? That's my stuff.
I'm sorry, mister. It was an accident.
세이브 해야지. 이게 총 8장 해가지고 분량이 한 13시간? 18시간? 그 정도 한대요. 그래가지고 내일이랑 월요일 딱 이제 방송하면은 시간 될 것 같아가지고 적당히 끊어주고 이제 해야지. 아휴, 나도 요즘 잠을 늦게 자가지고 방송을 빨리 못 켜가지고. 왜 지성렬인데. 아무튼 간에 일단 방송을 하고 다음 방송에서 이제 내일에 이제 이거 게임 하기 전에 내가 스토리 요약을 한번 해가지고 갖고 올게요. 그러면 내일 봅시다. 저녁 맛있게 드시고요. 시간 잘 보내시고. 비키니 모드? 그게 궁금해? 내일 봅시다. 안녕.